Look at me. Look at me. Look at me ballin'. With my range up. Look at me ballin'. Got me famous.
All right, good morning. Let's get this going. So quick overnight, take a look at what we actually did overnight. We got to the major level, 29,000s. We've already reached our one-day min. So my bias has been that as soon as we can fail to reclaim 30,000s, that we would be seeing 29,000s. And at 4 a.m., we ended up having this big dump, big massive move to 29,000s. Also our put support. So currently we're just pulling right back, and we're beginning to repair this entire gap here. So we're going to see as we come into the open, you know, what the structure is going to provide right here, if we're going to continue to push a little higher, or if we in fact end up displacing lower. If we displace lower, then I'd be looking for maybe some type of move back down to 29,000. So that's what I'd like to see happen. You know, we do have some structure here trying to form, so there's a possibility we have this type of rotation. We break back out, come back in, maybe try to reclaim, and then we look for the dump. So we just don't know how far or where we're going to find that level, and that's where we're going to start looking at how dealers are being positioned right now. So we can already see overhead on the QQQs. So we have some pretty sizable nodes at 705. Let's take a look at the size here. Yeah, we're going to look for our point of control here down below. So once the market opens, we're going to see if this ends up migrating upwards or stays put. Over $1 billion of exposure down below 700s. We're looking at all the exposures here, so we're going to see if that's going to have a big impact coming into the session, and that would bring us right down to 29,000. So that's kind of what we're looking at, putting these pieces here together. Let's take a look. So I'd be watching the QQQs. So if we can stay heavy under 75, and then from there, I'd be looking forward. There's really no floor here. So if we can start pushing lower, then really, I mean, there's nothing here yet. So we'll watch and see how things begin to develop coming into the open. All right. Current Renko chart is showing us some rejection here at the 200 level. So we've been having a hard time staying above. We had some buying coming in. We're under our Globex VWAP. So right now, watching this little zone here, Actually, this is the zone that we're in, so the zone below is what we should be paying attention to as we now begin to start seeing some selling coming in here at the open. We've got some large sellers coming in that were, it's countering the buys that we just had take place. So just kind of looking at the structure right now, we're obviously still holding bullish at the moment. So higher highs, higher lows. But we did have a short signal right here. It's called the prime short. So we'll see if that ends up taking out these lows. So we got this low, lower high potentially. If we can flip, then we get that lower low. But we're still technically holding. So if we can get down below, take out these guys right here, and that might give us a little bit of a drop down to 150s and maybe below. But we'll see here as we start pumping lower. You can see we started stacking the offer up top. See if they're going to support price here. Quick scalp, maybe they'll take out this lower high coming into the open session to open. More selling. But let's see if the selling actually has an effect. Looking for a quick scalp, if we can get it. Trump is talking right now too, so just be mindful of that. So we did get the selling coming in. We got 3 minutes now. We'll see if we end up getting a little pop here, or if we stay heavy and end up going lower. I'm just gonna wait. Let price figure out, give us some structure here at the open. There we go. We're getting that pop. So nice little double bottom here at 150s. So the level paying attention to is as we start approaching this overall zone. Now again, this could totally come all the way back up into this area here. There's nothing to stop price from doing so. I mean, we can literally just pull all the way back. So we just got to observe and wait for the right trigger if this is going to fail. At the same time, we don't want to get locked in into expecting this big drop, and then next thing you know, they end up reclaiming this entire 4 a.m. dump, right? So we just accelerated through 705s on QQQs. So there's a possibility that we might see this thing continue to speed up. So we'll see. So above, watching 200 here as the key level that we've been auctioning above and below. So main support level is 150s at the moment, and the resistance zone is going to be 250s. So just watching between here and down here. 30 seconds to the open. All right, let's see. Game time, game time. Nice. Nice little pop right there. Volatility is quite large, quite big today. So let's well, it's actually not too bad. But I'm using a larger Renko for today, since volatility has been pretty big. Okay, we're rejecting off that 250 level. Let's see if they're going to be able to hold it or reclaim it. This is where the buyers would need to reclaim. Right here, let's see if they reclaim this level here. Can they stay above this level? Testing the Globex VWAP. Don't really have a convincing close above 250s. Major cluster here above selling 710s on the QQQs. We might see NASDAQ now beginning to push higher. We'll be looking at 370s to see if we can retest this breakout area here. We'll probably end up taking out this high at this point. What I'm looking at right now. So watching here, this is our flip zone here, our gamma flip. So if we get we're currently in negative gamma, we get above this, it's going to be a regime change. So we're going to see if price is able to do so. Obviously, we've accelerated through 705s on the QQQ. And now we're going to be watching as we potentially start moving towards 710s. If we fail, then we'd be looking for, obviously, a move back down to 705s. But as of right now, we're pumping up higher and being pulled towards 710s on QQQs. We did clear out that 250 level. Now we're testing 300s. Not much going on here on the ES. ES is pretty flat at the moment. Just waiting. We begin to start consolidating here at 300s. Nice rejection back under 300s. Can they reclaim? Pull back to the VWAP here. There's a reclaim. There's the expansion. Okay. Just waiting here as we approach our levels here. We're approaching what we call GEX 3. Gamma level, but the main level to pay attention to is going to be our 370s to 390s, that cluster. So at this point, if we could get through that level or get to the level, get above it maybe, then fail back below it, that would be good. I'm not opposed to taking scalps, you know, if we start breaking down earlier. But the main level to pay attention to for me is going to be obviously that cluster above. But we're already looking like we're beginning to weaken here. So I'm going to take a scalp here, see if we can maybe catch a little bit of a pop here. So they did already reclaim that 300 level. They broke below it, reclaimed it, and then they're back below it again. So let's see if they're going to be able to hold this break back down. Let's see. Prime short here. Testing the 24-hour VWAP here. Still not ready yet. Are they going to reclaim? Reclaimed. All right. I'm going to try to build a cushion here. First couple trades. And then from there, we'll see if we can start swinging the bat a little bit bigger and harder. Back underneath again. Re-attacking. There we go. Can we stay down under 300s? So hold in here. 250. If we get back under 250, then we're Gucci. So watching this little support level here. If this breaks, then maybe we'll have a chance of getting a nicer rotation back down to New York Open. And it's still not ready yet. Still fucking around over here with this 300 level. Okay, now we're approaching that level here, that cluster at 370s. Okay, here we go. We're at that level. It's gonna wait now. We gotta wait for some type of see if we can how this 15-minute here begins to close in like 4 minutes. So we've got a pretty big move up into the level. See if they're gonna close through it, break through this level. Gotta wait and see. Let that 15-minute do its thing. We're approaching our gamma flip level on the QQQs. 710s. So we start trading through 710s, this could speed up even more. We shall see. You can see the aggressive buying that happened right here as we started trading through the highs. See if we hit this level here really quick. Quick short here off that level that we were mapping out at 370s. Just a quick scalp if we can get a little bit of a nice 15-20 point move. Okay, there's our 15 points right there. Let's push a little bit more maybe. Obviously, market's still bullish and pushing higher. Could have took a piece of that. Yeah, still pretty firm here. I'm gonna cut that there. That was, I didn't like how they just kept continue to hold that level there, that low. You see, obviously, a little bit more of a breakdown for a bigger move. That would have given us the 15 points scalp. They're still holding up. You know, we didn't get a strong enough rotation. It would have liked a stronger move down off the level. So let them maybe rotate a little bit, spend some time. We still have 20 seconds left on the 15-minute candle. So, you know, let that candle close. Next candle open up. Maybe we get like a failure swing above, back inside. So just kind of holding onto this level here as my potential area to lean on. So usually with these levels, what we want to see is price kind of like break out above it and then get back underneath it and then short it. But let's see. We have our opening range high now at 380s. Is that right? 385. Let's see if they're going to be able to push through our opening range high here. So that would have been you could take that trade into the opening range high, but I don't want to do that. Just playing against these levels here. Look at where we're at right now in the higher time frame as we approach this area here. So they can absolutely trade through this and repair this high. I mean, we can see there's some unfinished business up in this area. So let's see if that's what the magnet is. That's what they're going to do. At the same time, I can also see that they're building some volume on the QQQs overhead. So let's see. Also our prior settlement here. So we just closed the opening gap. And so far, just pushing higher, just closing this grinding up higher as we approach our little big sell-off point, that release point of release. S&P's is testing its put support at 75.25. So we've got that divergence between the S&P and the NQ right now. So just kind of watching and seeing how they end up treating those levels. Nice reaction off our opening range high. Let me drop that on here so we can see. That's our opening range high. Entire zone, that box. So we've hit the high here and we've reacted off of it. Let's see if we're going to continue to support price here on this trend up. We would want to see a bigger reaction than that, you know, if you're trying to short this thing, but price is still firm and holding firm. You can see it's still holding up, riding its 50 moving average, higher highs and higher lows. Let's see here. We're beginning to exhaust. We had a nice little seller come in right around 370s. See if they're going to squeeze back above one more time. So that's our gamma wall here. So above this, we get positive gamma. Below it, we stay negative. So I will take this scalp. I will take that scalp short on that flip. This is where buyers, if they're going to show up, this is where they should show up right here. All right, there's our 25 points. Watching 300, they could support price at 300. There they are, trying to support price at 300. They're still there. They're still actively buying off the VWAP. There we go. Let's pay ourselves some. This could just be a simple pullback before they take it back up to retest the opening range high. So I took off most. And if we do end up failing back again under 350s, can always add more. But they're still firming up here, already breaking out once again. Kind of got to use wider stops, you know, so going break even pretty quickly is going to only frustrate you because you'll end up being right and then you get tagged out. Those sweep on the 5-minute. They reclaimed that 300 level. They just literally pulled back into it. So now we're just going to watch to see if they're going to break out above the opening range high. But we know that this is a very important level here. It's a gamma flip level, so we expect this is going to be a battleground here. Possible re-entry if we can stay below 350s. Watching 350s here. See if we reclaim 350, then they drive it up higher for another break of the opening range high. Stay just watching right here. They're struggle busting here at that 350. Nice. Nice reaction there off that 350. Let's see if they continue to support here. So they're defending they're defending the 370 level here. This is our gamma flip zone, so we can see they're beginning to lean against it. So we'll see if we do get this exhaustion, and then buyers may give up, and then we get that full rotation. Otherwise, they continue to hold price, then we might see another break again of the opening range high. we hadn't really closed or accepted above the opening range high. We just had a simple one candle close, and then we immediately closed back inside. Immediately closed back inside. Our 1 minute chart. And you can see how they've been unable to close through 350, but we've also have not broken 300s. So we're just battling between the two of them. Hopefully we dump here. I know. Let's see. Let's see if we can get it. They're still staying firm here. What I'd like to maybe see them is try one more time and then get a nice little failure. So what looks like a continuation. See, as long as this is intact right here, I'm going to be a little bit, I'm going to probably need to wait for a true breakdown here. So as long as these guys here are still defending, right, that's the area right here. That's the support level. So now if this part fails, if this pullback fails, then that would be the opportunity for us to get this thing cranking for real. But they're pushing through, so I will try to see if we can get a scalp long here, if we can pump a little bit more. If this fails, then that will be the rotation for me to get short, because then we have a pretty strong defended level that ends up failing. They try once, they try twice, they break out, and then they dump. They trap the buyers, and that would be great. But I'm in long right now, as we maybe on a retest for our opening range high. See if we can at least get a little retest there. That 350 level, got 15 seconds left here. Can they actually close through 350, or do they reject one last time here, and then that's the end of the party for the buyers? Rejected right now on the 15 second. Let's see. This could be it. Still in long. Stops break even. Let's see if they repair that high first before maybe we get the dump. There's 180 ticks right there. Put the trail on just in case this thing wants to actually run beyond our little level here. All right, we're holding 50 points right now of profit. So the fact that we failed at that 300 levels wide, decided to give it a go one more time. Better entry, but let's see now. Got my trail on, so if I get tagged out, we'll get tagged out on in the money. But we do have this important level I'm watching on the QQQs overhead. I don't know if you guys can see this on the chart, but we get above our flip level here. This could accelerate higher. And we have our POC up top at 715. So it's kind of being cautious, but we are rejecting opening range right now. We're rejecting the opening range high. We're just going to watch to see as we pump through. They just migrated our POC higher on the QQQs, so that could potentially lift price. Looks like we have a news release here. Nothing significant, but this will definitely shake price up for a little bit. Let's see. Okay, I'm out on that trade. Now we might see price exhaust here. Let's see what happens. So failed to really stay outside that opening range. So caught that long. Wasn't, you know, nice little 50. I think I ended up closing about 130, 140 ticks on that trade. Let's see what happens here. There you go. There's that rejection. Maybe now we're ready to fail. Let's see. 10 o'clock open. We have our new opening price at 65. So let's watch how they handle that. I don't know if I have it on this chart. I don't have it on this chart. That would be the pullback entry right here. Let's see if this ends up accelerating, giving us a second leg up. $15-minute is we're unable to close through the level on the 15-minute chart. So that's important information. So I gotta put this right here. You can actually see the charts. Anyone get that long? I don't think you should buy at this area here. I don't think so. It might be ready to go. Let's see what happens here at this 350. The only issue I'm having right now is, we obviously have found some support. They did create this little high, but they didn't accept, right? And now you see a big rotation. So this could be the end of the party here for the buyers. I'm going to give it a go for the short side and be a little risky since we haven't really confirmed under 300 yet. So I'm going to be a little risky here, a little early. Actually, I'm going to wait to see if we get that rejection, and then I'll hit the reversal bar. That's what I'll do. Hit a reversal bar. Just in case they want to pop it off the bottom band here. That's the thing about Renko. The best entries are on the reversal bars, right? Typically, you don't want to be entering in the bottom zone, though. So that's the only issue I'm having here. But we're going to be a little risky and see if we can, if they're going to give up this 300 level here. Since they failed to actually break that opening range. Let's see. I'll just use my mid band here as my stop loss. And we'll see. This is a triple bottom now. This is the third attempt now to buy for sellers to try to break 300s. So if this thing goes, we can probably get a rotation back to the bottom. I'm looking at 29,000s is the main level for me today. That's kind of what I was anticipating, a retest of 29,000s. We'll see. Still early, 10 o'clock. These guys could sweep right here and then take it back up again. So watching the 15-minute low from 945 to see if they can at least take that low and then from there observe how they interact with it. But that 300 level is still staying firm. You see, they just aren't able to get underneath that level. I'm watching reversal bar. If they break this structure here, this could then become a catalyst for price to come back to opening range high. You got this little structure right here. Boom. Added two more there. Let's see if we can, if this ends up giving us the little move. Gotta be very careful here. This is pretty dangerous. Exactly. That's pretty dangerous. Yeah, that's exactly right. Pretty dangerous. But you get, that's what I get for shorting that low. But yeah, we don't, I never really want to enter on these bands unless we start getting aggressive, we start breaking out. Usually the entries are going to be at the top band or the first pullbacks. Well, as we get to these bottom bands, especially with the level we haven't accepted, I should know better. We should know better than to do that, right? So it keeps supporting 300. So it's not ready yet, guys. It's not ready yet. So let's continue to wait and just respect what's happening. So we're just continuing to bounce and rotating. So let's just play the range, right? Let's just buy low, sell high. That's pretty much what we need to do. Buy low, sell high until this fails. But you can see we haven't really flipped back above 350 yet. So kind of just watching this area overall. It's exhausting though. Let's see. Looks like it's getting heavy. Our 15-minute chart right here. You can see that we've not been able to really do much between 350s. Every time we get above 350s, we hit our gamma flip level and then just rotate right back down. Clean it up a little bit here. Let's focus on the main levels. So we're below the 10 o'clock open right now, and we're holding GEX 3 and HBL. So those are 10 o'clock opening print. We've opened up and then we've come down and now we're consolidating below the opening print. We'll see now if we're going to be able to continue to hold this. What we're doing is basically holding this level right here. They're pinning right here and they're not letting it, they continue to buy it up every single time. But we're just waiting. Now we're getting some acceleration through the level here. Can we stay through the level? It's not just like probe the level. We need to see that thing lock in and accept and Okay, that might be it. Let's see. Let's see. We're testing that 15-minute low, the prior 15-minute low. Do they reclaim this level now? That's what we want to watch and observe. If these guys reclaim the level, or if they cannot reclaim, then that's it, right? Then the buyers are done. These guys are stuck, and that's it. But we're not out. We're not. It's not. We're not out of the woodwork yet. Here, we gotta see. So the rotation, you could have scalped off this level here, take that trade back to the level. Especially since we opened and we were not able to stay above that 10 o'clock open. All right, let's see. Let's see. This here. There we go. So that level actually worked really, really nicely. We can see how they failed, could not close through that level at 370s. And now we're just beginning to expand lower. And this is going to be our opening range low right here. Okay, here we go. The buyers are attempting a pullback here, trying to step in, reclaim 75s. Are they going to be able to? Or is that it? So we got pretty aggressive through the lows. We had some selling down here. Let's see what happens here. Do we reject this retest of 300? So we should expect price to stay heavy. I mean, we did have this situation where we've spent a lot of time up here. We're now kind of below it. So if they cannot reclaim this area, then this becomes obviously resistance. So support becomes resistance, and then maybe we get that rotation all the way back down. So targeting opening range low, then 29,000s. Let's see. This is the first test here. We're still holding this low here. We're still holding this level. So we need to see a little bit more than that. We do have this nice extension down. I'm watching my Renko chart here, and we are rejecting off the 50 here. But we are staying firm, staying bearish, at least momentum-wise. And technically, the signal that came in to get short was right here at 949. You just had to sit through this retest in order to catch that extension. See if we accelerate through 250s. ES is selling off too now. Once we start on the QQQs, we're beginning to push down. So as we get through 705, this could become an accelerant to get lower prices. Waiting for a proper entry. Beginning to pause here. I am watching the ES, absolutely. We're watching the ES. I'm watching the SPX, I'm watching the SPY, and I'm also watching the QQQs. So let's see if these buyers are actually stepping back in here above 300s. Looks like they're trying to reclaim this level. This is where they would need to fail, right? This is where they would need to fail. So ES right now is basically in consolidation, so it's going sideways. So let's see what they're going to do here on the NQs. They attempt. Rejected. That would be potentially the entry right there. Let's see if they're gonna be able to give it to us here. We use a variety of different tools to get our gamma levels. If you want them, we post them every day for free, in our Discord. Okay, let's see. Let's see if we can get that dump now. We may be getting that reaction here, that failure. Let's give it a shot. See what happens here. Hopefully they don't double bottom here and take it back up again. Well, they're still holding it up. Yeah. Oh, they have crude oil inventories getting released here in a few minutes. Let's see what happens with that. Then wait. Yeah, getting this pullback. Let's see if they're going to end up taking it back to the opening range high. They're reclaiming that 300 level. Let's see if they're going to be able to stay above it. Jeez, full recovery. That's why it's important. You got to look at how these candles, how price will close or fail to close through certain levels, right? So like you can have the level on the chart, but we need to see the acceptance component, right? We need to see candles closing through the level, holding and accepting. But if they're unable to close, so if you see here on the 1 minute chart, this is our which level is this one here? I think it's our gamma 5. You can see that we were unable to close multiple times. So obviously the thesis was that we were going to rotate further down. And still part of it, right? But price can easily obviously swing up and do what it does. But the fact that we were unable to close through this, and then the key is you have this seller right here, this guy right here. This is the second attempt. So the sellers tried once, they tried twice. And then we had this breakout candle, right? This engulfing. And then the second seller came in again. They tried to push it down. They couldn't do it. And now we have the breakout. So we're squeezing the sellers. So, you know, paying attention to those little details can obviously help you get a better read on who's in control of the auction in that moment. And obviously the key thing for me is I'm always watching the opening print. So we were underneath the opening print. So we could have easily continued expanding lower. But 5 minute wasn't done yet. 15 minute wasn't done yet. And, you know, obviously we can see they were just unable to accept below 250s. So now let's see how they end up dealing with the opening print, if they're going to be able to push through this. Or is this just simply another pullback inside the range? Watching that 350 level again. Yeah, there was the ODT level at 370s. IB's getting set here in 5 minutes. Big rejection there. Nice. Back under 300s, and that's a failure. And that would be the proper, I think maybe at that point, maybe these buyers will be exhausted. But let's see, they're still holding up here. just waiting to see this retest of 300s, how they're going to play this 300 level. If they're going to support it or they're going to trap the buyers here. So I'm going to try it based on, I'm going to bet that they're going to trap these buyers. So, oh, shit, I took it short already and it already hit the freaking initial scalp target there. That's too quick. So right there, that's a good sign, right? This is where the buyer should have supported, they should have been able to take it, didn't do it yet. So let's see how they handle this 300 level. Trying to reclaim it once again. Man, they swept that low and they immediately absorbed. We put some more on. Let's see what happens if we could just get back through 300 the 300s. We have IB setting in 2 minutes, so that's the other thing we have to be mindful of, that they are near the IB high, so there's a high probability they're going to run the IB high. So just being a little cautious with that. See if the buyers are going to hit the gas pedal here. That was nasty. Okay, 10 seconds here for the news. Oil inventories. All right, they're not letting that level go yet. Let's see what we can get here. We can accept below 300. That would be nice. 10:30 open. 292s. They're holding that 10:30 opening print. They're not letting it go yet. Okay, here we go. Let's see. There we are. Nice. All right. Finally. Hopefully this might be it. Probably not. This market is just pinning this level like crazy. Jeez. Well, before I put my stop break even, gonna have to start taking my partials. They're back above that opening print. They've been unable to accept below, so I think it might be time to buy. These guys have just not been able to just keep 300s under control. It's been a relentless battle. So let's be coachable to what they're doing. They just aren't letting that level die, you know? So let's see. So look at that 1 minute. This was it right here. They had that opportunity right here, 292s. Oh, still might do it. Tough situation here today, guys. It's like very little follow through in any direction. Jeez. Jeez Louise. Let's go down to a smaller bar period so we can see the structure a little bit cleaner here. Yeah, it's a little cleaner for me. Back at 250s again. These guys just splice through this level, then that might be it. But geez, I'm tired of kind of battling this thing. Wick City, exactly. Wick City. Yeah, it's got a times it's 10:37. Okay. Well, the buyers do keep failing technically, right? I mean, every time they get above the level, immediately rejected back underneath 300. But we can also say the sellers are also failing to control price, right? So even though they're getting the move and the buyers keep getting stuck, the sellers have not been able to really just clear support. So it's a two-way auction right now, and that's why it's difficult, because if we're trying to catch that expansion, you got to like give price time to do what it needs to do. And so right now we've just formed this big range. So now, you know, obviously 15-minute range, but this is the overall zone that we're in right now. So we just need to like let price just figure out which way we're going to go. Are we going to expand lower? Are we going to expand higher? My bias is obviously to the downside. I like 29,000s. Just overall, that's kind of the main level I'm paying attention to. But until we can expand away from the level, I don't want to just sit in the trades either. I don't want to just like sit through all the chop. I want this thing, once it starts to run, I want to be in it. But hopefully I don't miss it, right? And that's kind of the catch-22. So we're back at 25s again. Are they going to fail here? So if we can, like, same thing happened over here. Every time the 300s, you can see the buyers came in right here, and then they failed. And they came up one more time. They could have reclaimed its in supported price right here on this candle here, and then they failed. It came in again, and then failed. So we can see how those buyers keep failing above 300, but the sellers fail below 300, right? Exactly. That 24-hour VWAP, 29,280. Let's see, let's see. Doesn't help that Trump's been talking to all morning, right? So looks like it's ready to crack on the 5-minute, but we'll see. Still holding 250s. S&P's beginning to break down as well, so that's good. Let's go. What are we doing here? Yeah, good, 250. And there's the VWAP. 282s. It's not been an easy market. Scalpers market, you know, and that's kind of the thing. Normally I'm taking like my scalp targets, 15, 25 points, and then I'll leave my runners on and try to catch that expansion. But I think I was just anticipating that we would have a expansion sooner, right? But so I've been holding for those targets, and unfortunately gave back most of those little targets, and then getting cut up a little bit here trying to catch the bigger moves on these failed breakdowns, right? Might be ready. Let's see. We're beating that crack that 250 level. Let's see if we start breaking through it. I'm going to give it a shot under 250s if we can stay heavy under 250s. So I'm going to give it a go. Give it a go. Hopefully the 5-minute is telling me that it's ready here. And then if we can get through New York Open, we go from red to green on the day, on the New York session, and then we're good. So we're in short, under 250s. I'm hoping we get that acceleration now. Let's take a look at our... Yes. Let's see. If we can get through this level, this is what I'm watching here on QQQs. Oops, where are we here? This right here is what we want to see. We get through purple on QQQs, this is an acceleration, and there's really nothing here till 700s, and that brings us down to 29,000. So that's what I'm hoping for. Let's see if we can get through it. QQQs. But yeah, now that we're breaking through, because we were negative gamma, potentially we should start seeing dealers start trading in the direction of the move. I haven't really been seeing that. I feel like they've been pinning and just absorbing these moves on both sides. And look, they're already reclaiming 250s. Yeah, I think this breakdown strategy may not be holding up today. This break. See if they reclaim here on the if they reclaim 250 here. Chop City, man. Let's pull up that 15-minute real quick. Let's see if we can get it down. Let's see. Where did it go? There we go. There we go. Back under 250. Did we finally get it? Let's see. I'm sorry you guys weren't able to see this. This is what I was talking about right here. Let's see if we can crack 705 on QT2Qs. If we can do that, then acceleration underneath 705s. Expansion. Targeting 29,000s. We'll take partials along the way if we can freaking get through this New York Open. What a mess this market is. Well, it looks like we're behaving now. It's just we're just slow stepping. Come on, let's crack that open print. Let's accept under. We're beginning to accelerate now. There we go. There's that acceleration through 704s on QQQs, which is beautiful for us. On our short position, there's 50 points. I'm looking for 29 thousandths. Can we get through this level here? Come on, QQQs. The HVL level, or the gamma flip zone, was basically 370s on that NQ. And if you look here, it's this line right here. It could not get through that level. And that's kind of where we were pinning a little bit. Now we're breaking through this. Let's see if we get this closure through. If we got 2 minutes left, we can get through this. And really nothing down until even, look at this, or even building a POC right down here, 700s. 146 million. Look at that. Our POC here is at 700s. So yeah, everything looks good for 29 thousandths, hopefully. Let's not be too cocky. Need to see this thing get through it. Let's take a look at the 1 minute on this. All negative gamma. All right, we're under New York Open now, so red to green on the session. Let's see if we can break our opening range low now, which is also our IB low. We need to stay pinned down below. Let's see. I'm going to move the stops now to break even. A little screenshot of that for my journal later. We can study what happened, what I needed to do so I can improve. Let's see if we can stay heavy under 200s. Now we're just accelerating. Perfect. All those buyers that we're talking about above 325 or 350s or 300s and 250s. So basically from 250 and above. Trap, trap, trap. Sitting on 300 ticks. I will kick in my trail now. Using my super trend on the big Renko. I may actually pay myself a little bit here as we approach the low, just in case. At 150 level, the opening range, I expect there to be some buyers trying to step in here and participate. So let's see. Take another one off just in case. we want to see if they're going to use this now to get another lower high, and we can add some more positions, more contracts, or if they're reclaiming, taking it back to the other side. Okay, that trail got tagged. That's okay. That's why I wanted to take my partials. We didn't get that follow through 704s or 705. Yeah, 705, 704. They hit the level, they reclaimed it. Big recovery there. Let's see if they're gonna we can maybe potentially still sell into this as long as we continue to fail and not start breaking new structures. I'd like them to get extreme here, so if we can actually print a little bit higher here and get back underneath 250, that would be nice. So let's see if they're gonna what they're gonna do against this lower high right here. Maybe they're gonna run that high. Take a look at that hourly chart. Yeah, so we basically just hit the IB low and now we've reacted. Look at that. Holy shit. Oh, man. Goodness gracious. I guess that's the liquidation. Tough market today. Whew. Tough market. There's the prime short. I'm going to go ahead and give it a whack. Give it a whack there. We're back short again on that spike. There's 25 points. Or, sorry, not 25 points, 15 points. The trend reversal. I took my freaking partials on that. Couldn't quite get there in time to peel it off. Watching 250s. If we can get back underneath 250s, and that's my ideal scenario here. Here we go. We're back under 250s. Don't want to see this level reclaim again. I'd love for price to just stay heavy underneath this level, and then we can push back down to opening range low. Very good. There's 25 points. I'm going to take my partials already, just because this market is difficult. And I'm going break even. Yeah. That's why you got to take partials in this market. I mean, it's pretty violent today. It's been tough. It is tough today. But you know what? If you are taking your partials, it'd be fine because it's absolutely given opportunities on both sides. So, you know, I think the mistake I made today was just treating this thing like we were going to go straight to 29,000s and I'm going to hold and just that's it. But obviously, price wanted to base a little bit here. Let's see if we can just scalp this pop to BWAP maybe, since these guys reclaimed. So we'll just give it a little. We'll just give it a chance. Maybe since they didn't want to break down all the way, let's see. Maybe they want to take it a little higher. So I'm gonna take my scalp here at 300s and go break even pretty quickly too, just in case. Stopping out below 250. Let's see if they can hold here. They trapped in buyers right here. Hopefully it's not one of these things. And then they fail, they trap trendline buyers, and they all get liquidated. Yeah, not fun. This market's just doing a great job stopping everybody out. I don't care who you are. Oh, they got me. They freaking got me there. They got me. That's it. It's over. I think this might be the move now, guys. Let's see. This might be the move now, guys. Maybe, maybe not. Let's see. These guys are so mean today. This is like level, I would say level 8 difficult. What do you guys think? Level 8 difficulty. All right. Come on, what are we doing, guys? Got a new 1 hour candle opening up in 2 minutes. Try this thing now that we're back underneath 250. That's what we wanted, under 250s. Okay, I'm looking for a short. Back under 250s. There we are. Now we need this thing to lock in under 200s. 200s, let's go. No, don't bounce here. He just trapped all the trendline breakout traders, including me. I was trying to buy that breakout. Gosh. Someone needs to send a letter to the CME. Can you just give us a chance, guys, just to make some money here? Just a little bit. 29,000s, 29,000s. Yeah, they're still holding New York open. Got a new hour candle coming up, so they might spike it again. These guys might spike it one more time. These guys are not being friendly here. So the current rotation is to the downside. We're rotating down, but it might print this higher low, right? So we got to watch out. We're at an important level, opening range low. This is where they failed to accept. They rejected. Sellers got stuck, and then price ripped out of nowhere, liquidated. Come on now. Let's see. Stay firm under 300s, 200s. I don't think so, though. A new hour. We're going to probably fuck around a little bit. Chop around, spike it up, spike it down. Keep doing what they've been doing. Yep. Okay, I'm just going to need to wait a little bit. Take a look at that. All right. All right, back in again. Let's see. Let's see. Don't want to get trapped here. 200s. Will this be the hour that gives us smooth expansion? Will it be? Will it be? Yeah, it's difficult here. Very rarely after they get extreme, do they continue. They usually want to pull back. Let's see. Yeah. Just watching the open print here, 211s. See if they're going to reclaim this open print. I'll have that there. Let's pull it up for you. I look at the 30-minute opens. You see we opened up. We initially pushed up, closed right back below. Buyers just had a chance right now to take back control, and they still can. But we have not been able to. So let's see if in this next few minutes here what they're going to do. If they're going to reclaim. If not, then yeah, we can continue expecting lower prices. But yep, this could become the trap right here. This down close candle. There goes. Nope. Jeez. S&P's down at the one-day min right now. We can see how this is S&P. It came right into put support, rejected, chopped around here, and then finally 510s started cracking, and now we're just stair stepping lower and lower. So this is a low day. We'll see if that ends up becoming where we end up going here. But they are stair stepping down on the ES. There's the reclaim. Are they going to be able to sustain this move above the opening price or keep above 200s? There's that trap. So let's see what happens here, because this 1 minute chart. Let's pull that 1 minute chart real quick. These guys here underneath the open, I mean, they had the chance, you know, the sellers there had the chance to just lock in. It could just simply be a pop. We'll see what happens here. Immediate fail. Let's see. This could be an accelerated move downward. So now that they failed here, the buyers popped, had their chance. They had their chance. Let's see here. We can start moving through this level here. I will attack it again. But first, looks like they want to chop around. Keep rejecting there. Let's see. Opening print, unable to freaking stay underneath. Oh boy, here we go. Every pop fails. That's a good sign. Buyers just keep failing on pop. So just as long as that continues to happen, I mean, buyers have tried again, tried here, they tried here. It's gotta freaking need some decisive price action. There we go. Take a look at that hourly. We're not really doing much here on the hourly chart. We're just holding the low of the prior 1 hour. There we go. Finally broke out of that range. Okay, I'm in short. But for how long? Let's see how long this lasts. My goodness. Brutal. Oops. That's what I want down here. Hey. All right, we're up 25 points on this short now that we've broken down through that from expanding away and displacing from the 11 o'clock open. Watching this 15-minute. We have 1 minute left on this 15-minute candle. Let's see if they're going to end up snapping back again. All right, new 15-minute. Let's see if we get this push. Can we get some clean expansion here? Everything is selling off at the same time. SPX, QQQs. And we're building some nodes down below, which is what we want. Let's see if we can get this move down. 2900s, 29,000s. All right, bruh. Jeez, what a freaking mission, right? At least maybe for me, because I'm a terrible trader. So for terrible traders, yeah, it's a mission. I'm gonna peel some off there as we hopefully get to my low, what I want. Yeah. Basically been circle jerked this morning. I think my mistake technically should have been taking these partials. That's what it is. But what can you do? What can you do? What can you do? 100. Let's see. Let's see if we can fail here on this pop. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Watching. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm looking for that pre-market low. At least 29,000s. That's the level I want. Nice rejection off that 150. Let's see if they can just stay under the opening range low. That would be nice. Okay, second attempt here. They're going to try to drive. Just hopefully we can get down to our POC down here on the QQQs. Okay. Oops. 700s. We're under the POC on the SPX. Well, we should see some acceleration now to 700s. Let's see what we can do here. We're holding on. We're holding on. Pre-market low. Let's go. Can we get to that pre-market low? Let's go. Let's go. Anybody in short? Anybody still in this thing? What a battle. What a battle. I think it was just more so, it wasn't that it was difficult, it was just, I think I just got a little too locked in on trying to catch the extension rather than paying myself throughout. Once I started paying myself throughout, then things were good, turned around. But in the beginning, I was just like, I'm gonna hold this thing, I'm gonna squeeze this thing. 2940s for you, buddy. Cool. 2940s. It's cleaner on our RTY. Let's go. Nasdaq down 0.4%. Is that right? Okay, here comes pre-market low here soon. Oh boy, at least on the ES, we're approaching 5-10 points away. Pre-market low. Okie dokie. Keep trailing. How far is this thing gonna go? Let's take a look at that hourly chart. Oh yeah, 28,600s. We got some opportunity way down there. I don't know if we have enough juice to get there today, but that's that hourly chart. And we'll see if they're going to be able to do some business down here. Watch how they handle 29,000s. But the bigger levels are back from June CPI down this area here. Well, that's going to be my bigger draw if we can start cracking through 29,000s. So I think the big piece too. I mean, once 11 o'clock hit, I mean, you saw the buyers attempt here for the first 10 minutes, and they couldn't reclaim and stay above the opening, and that was it. And then hourly just formed a little wick. Boom! What a morning! Holy cannolis! Jeez, not easy. Not easy. Not easy. But now it's easy. Now it's easy, right? Once you're into trade and it's actually flowing and going, this is what we need. Jesus. Just need to get that expansion. After a pin for 2 hours, 3 hours, or whatever it was. Might be able to add some. We continue to reject, but 11:30, so we have another 15-30 minute candle opening. So we're gonna probably chill here for a little bit. Maybe stop some folks out before they get down to 29,000s. It's kind of hard to see this. Let's fix that. 100 contracts executed on the offer. Can that, are they going to sustain that? Let's see. Prime, big buying coming in at these highs. Let's see. Nope, rejected. 300 contracts here. Must be hard to see. Nice, nice. Let's take out this low so we can go. ES is already at its pre-market low. About to be. We're about to run that pre-market low on the ES. Oh boy, gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. For trading in eval, it depends on what firm you're with. So if you're trading Apex and if you're using intraday or end of day, end of day. So if you're trading prop firms, you're probably not holding trades, right? You're not going to be catching home run trades, and you're not going to try to sit for 500 ticks because you just can't. Like if you're trading prop firm, you're pretty much in and out. You're going to go get your profit and be done. So maybe like 15 points, 20 points, in and out, in and out, in and out. That's what I would do, and then you can size up with that. You know what I mean? Your end of day, so that's cool. You can build a buffer. So in your case, what you do is you build a buffer first. So you're gonna go maybe catch 2 quick scalps, maybe build a buffer of like 200, 250 bucks, 300 bucks, depending on what size account you're trading. Because I think with that, you don't have, you have a max loss per day. So build your buffer, and then as you build your buffer, then you can just size up and then just pass it. But you got to understand the market is pretty crazy. So just make sure I mean, it just depends, just depends on what you want to do. Some people will hit the gas pedal and just try to pass it in one trade, because obviously trading evals can be a waste of time. But if you're also trying to build a skill set, then take your time with it. Pass it in 2, 3, 4 days, because sometimes the market conditions aren't favorable. Like today, I'm pretty sure a lot of people, if they're trading Apex or one of those firms where it's an intraday, you're done. You're toast. These pullbacks are deadly. These pullbacks are deep. And what's our ATR right now? Actually, ATR is kind of small on the 1 minute, but earlier it's like about over 100 plus on the 1 minute. Okay, my trail just got tagged. Yeah, that's what I would do, bro. Build a buffer. Try to catch 2 trades. What I would do, it's easy to go catch like 15 points or 60 ticks. 50 to 60 ticks, to do that twice. Now we have a little buffer, and then size up, and then just knock it out. But be patient too. Be patient too. You don't want to just like immediately jump right in. You got to be. I mean, I can't tell you because every day is different. But today, it was tough. It was a tough situation. It got easy at 11 o'clock. No, I would say actually 11:15. Once that opening range low, once we closed outside that opening range low, that was pretty much it. We cracked it, and then sayonara. But yeah, pay attention to like 30-minute opens as well, because what happens is, like right now, we're pulling back, but I knew that the 30-minute candle at 11:30, we're going to probably see some type of situation here, right? So if you look at my 1 minute chart, the 11:30, this is basically what kind of played a role in the auction for me. Let me just get rid of every 30 minutes, every 15 minutes. Just look at it like it's a battle, right? And we don't know who's going to necessarily win each battle. Let's just take this off real quick. You can see here 11 o'clock. Let's do it from 10. Let's just do it from 10 a.m. right? So this was actually where it all started. So 9:30 opened up. We expand above. We close above. 10 o'clock opens up. We expand lower. So 10 o'clock, we fail to actually reclaim. So you can see that was kind of like the first clue of weakness, right? So 10 a.m., we dump below, we come back, retest. We did a pretty big, nice little liquidation here. And the fact that they couldn't get closure back above, that opening print. Combine that with our gamma level, our gamma flip level, right? And then you begin to start seeing this break down. So once this breaks down, it'd be, for instance, these big green candles here represent for me aggressive buyers that took control in that moment. And then once 11:30 happened, we open up underneath 300, and then you can see how we were above it. They were trying to get below it, above it, and then finally we got this nice closure. We got this displacement here. You know, traditional classical technical candlesticks, what they call it, engulfing candle, right? An engulfing candle. And so now what becomes the situation here is when you're taking that trade, now we know, okay, as long as this level here continues to hold and price cannot reclaim, so now this guy here becomes the, like I would say this buyer here, if you want to use the most recent buyer in that current 30 minutes, that buyer right here, anybody, all the business done above that open becomes resistance, supply. And then you can just see they just tried multiple times. And every time they tried, I mean, it was like a 100, like a 50 point, you know, retest, pop, pop. They did give that nice displacement down. We were in these moves. We did catch some pieces of it, but at the same time, also got stopped out, break even, got stopped out opening my stop because I was trying to give the trade some room to work. And then again, same thing happens here at 11 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, we see, okay, 10 o'clock, we close down, we open at 11. And what do? Same thing. It's a battle zone here right at the open. And the clue here is like you see the buying here, all the up candle, right? They buy and then rejected. They buy. Here was the clue. This was the candle right here. This was the catalyst. Once these guys failed to hold the open, sellers came in and said, nope, rejected. Try it again, rejected. This time, look how they accept. They're not able to close back above. This was the candle right there. And it was game over after that. And now look, 11:30, the seller right here, this guy right here, that candle right there. All these guys here now are like, oh shit, right? This was the last seller. Price just rotated and took that guy out. So now he's trapped. So, you know, at this point, it's like, okay, cool. It could just be a rotation back up, no problem. But again, being aware of these 30-minute opens will kind of keep you, I guess, not locked in and getting stuck, like right now, right? So I had my trail got tagged out fine. This is why it's important to be, I think it's important, you know, but what do I know, right? No one really knows, but that's just kind of the game plan there. So let's see as we approach our level here, what they're going to do. 150s. Where's our opening range low? 74s. And it's the same as our IB low. Times it, guys. 11:38. Nice prime short right there. What time is it? Let's see. Am I still holding up? I'm gonna try to pop 150s. I'm looking for a failure somewhere. If we can actually get back into trade, that 30-minute is, they're definitely trying here. Pretty big move. Yeah, 0.3%. Nice. Let's see. We got a prime short right here off that level. And there was some buying here that got absorbed. 100 lot. We got that first rejection off 150. Now we got to see, because this is potentially an RBS resistance becoming support right here at 100s. Now, if we fail the level, then that can become a potential opportunity for us now to start looking for shorts again. So the early unconfirmed would have been that one right there, but I need some coffee. Need some more coffee. All right, here's that retest of 150. We'll probably get a test here of this IB low as well. Let's see. Our 15-minute chart. Damn, 15-minute signal came in right there. What time was that? I've been paying attention to that. That was at 10:15. We had the sell signal at 10:15. Goodness. So yeah, I think what's good about this structure now that we've got it, we got this big, all this trap volume right here. So if we can obviously stay underneath that, we can totally continue to short on pops into that level. So right here, these guys, boom. I'm just waiting to see. We got all this consecutive down movement. Gotta be careful with that. Gotta be careful. All right, we're approaching now that 250 test. Are they going to get 150 test? Are they going to be able to get there as they start pulling back, forming a nice little compression under the level? That's weird. There you go. Yes, it was. It was a prime signal, but it's not. It's not. It's not on. It's a different. It's a different. It's a prime signal. This lines up with the prime signal that happened on the Renko chart. Yeah. So that prime signal technically happened over here on a 16 bar Renko. It happened. Let me pull it up. See if we can find it. Okay, loading here. Go. Happened right there. Right here. So the first one occurred 10:15 would be the one that it confirmed on, but this actually came in before. This would be the early signal, and then it confirmed on the candlestick chart at 10:15. Why the Renko is cool because it gets you in earlier, but you also run the chance of it not being the one, right? So but that's where your level comes into play. So we're using the GEX level. What was the GEX level? It was our 370, our gamma flip level. And we had another one right over here. And then that would put you in right over here as well. That's some pretty decent signals. I should have paid attention to them more. I should have taken my own signals, bro. Jeez. All right, let's see. These boys are trying to double bottom here. They're going to trap the buyers. Are they going to trap these buyers here? 11:45, about to be new 15-minute candle. Maybe we get another sweep up here and watch this 150 for a retest. And then if we can get that retest and fail, we can get a potential break back, a breakout, break back in situation. But they are holding here. So maybe we end up pushing down a little bit more and then a reclaim and then pop that retest. We'll see. We shall see. They are holding that 100 level. You can see there's no candle closes yet. GEX 4 as well. Using our using the levels, you can also manually just plot them. Let's see. This little consolidation here. That buyer's getting trapped. Let's see. Right here. Time is it? New 15-minute just opened. This might go without me. Oh, okay, Renko popping here off green. Let's see if they're going to try to reclaim the 100. They did a nice little sweep under the 100 level. Will they take it back up and get that retest for 150s? Could be a good scalp to 150s. But these are, we rotate from one extreme to the other. That's what we like. All right, let's see if they can actually get that retest of 150s. Rejecting off 125. All right, all right, all right. There's that 125 level here. Okay, this might be it. They could not get to that 150 level, so it's a failure swing there. Let's see. One more time. What are they going to do? I'm just a little cautious because we're really, really far away from that opening print. Just kind of like, but I think we might get that displacement. Let's see. I'm not in yet, but if we can hold below 100s, 29,100s, and not reclaim that level. They already tried to reclaim once and they failed, so that's a good sign. Okay, and so they're going to try to reclaim once again. Hopefully they fail to reclaim here. I'm going to try short. Stop above 100s. That. See if we can get that push through these 75 level next. I'd like to see this thing get underneath 75 and close, break 75. Hopefully it's not a failed breakout or bear trap. Let's see. Cool. We already had some buyer failure there, so that's why I kind of like the trade, right? We had these buyers up here, you can already fail. This guy, I think he's still trying to reclaim this level. Okay, there's the scalp target. Holding for the bigger main target. Maybe I'll take a partial. Okay, there's 25 points. Walking in, stops break even. I don't want to see price reclaim 100s. And this one I'm going to just let it run, hopefully to the bigger target, 29,000s and beyond. All right, 25 points. Can we close now under 75? We break 75, maybe we get to 50s. We did not break 75. Let's see. So the good thing is you have this consecutive run up on the opening of the 30-minute. So this is easy. Like when you have price action like this is so easy to just clear, right? So they're just like this right over here, same thing. Consecutive down, clean it right back up. You know, very easy price action. When price comes back the other way, it's just easy to slip right through it. There's really no support structure in here. You know, obviously people will be looking at like typical stuff like a fair value gap here at this level, and they're like, it's going to hold, you know, and they're going to try to buy it. And maybe it will hold, who knows? But yeah, I do like this action here, that there's really no support until actually we're approaching it right now. So as we approach exactly the 30-minute open, this is going to be the key thing. Once we crack the 30-minute open, there should be acceleration, right? If we accelerate through that level, that 30-minute candle now just formed a wick, and we're literally short in the wick of the 30-minute candle, right? We're short on the 30-minute wick of the candle. If this candle ends up, we got what, 7 minutes left for this 30-minute candle to close, hourly candle to close. And we got some big levels down below. So our 1-day min is way down here. And then I got lug levels, 29.96 or 28.968. That would be actually the main bigger magnet, along with our major level that we've been talking about this entire time, 29,000. All right, buyers are going to try to defend this. The 50 levels, the level. Let's see what happens here. We've closed under 75, and looks like buyers just got rejected on the reclaim of 75. So we like that. Multiple rejections back to back. Pullback buyers are so frustrated because they're thinking that this may have been a potential shift of structure. But this depends on what time frame you're looking at, right? Looks like my runner might get tagged here. I could always re-enter. Okay. Runner got tagged. That's why I take my partials. Watching 100 level now. The buyers did defend the open print. Let's see if they reject a 100 level. Okay, so sellers are coming back to retest this open. Three minutes left on this 30-minute candle. All right, let's see if they trap the buyer here underneath, right here. This is what we're going to see how they're going to use this guy in the next 2 minutes when that next candle opens up. Unless this guy fails right here. Yeah, it looks like we're getting stuck because we're technically like sitting on our POCs here on SPX. Let's see here. You can see that they are holding this 74.24 level on the SPX. Right here. They may give a pullback up, and maybe we can look for that 150 retest short again if they want to get back up there. Okay, 7 seconds left for the next candle to close, or next hour candle to open up. So I got that last seller there got trapped going into the 12 o'clock open on that 1 minute chart. Now we're pushing back up through 100s. And that's why the opening print's so important, because when you look at that opening price, that literally became the area that the buyers defended right here. So sellers came in once, then they came in a second time, and now we liquidate, and now we rotate to the other side. And then maybe now we can look for a better entry. Ideally, a rejection, maybe a fail to accept back inside IB would be good. So this is the move like this. Maybe we build some structure, and then boom. You know, he's got to be patient to allow it to build. We are getting extreme up here, so I like that. Could be a potential prime short here. Let's see. We can get a little squeezy squeeze. No? Let's see. Looking for Tesla 150s. Time is it? Okay, returning here. Let's see. Let's see if they're going to take out this guy right here. Hmm. We can get one more setup here. SPX is now testing its 1 day min. Might be trying to get back inside, so something to consider. Okay, new level I'm watching now is 200. So as we start approaching Ivy Low. Oh, it's back on the screen here. Looking for Ivy Low retest, maybe a failure back under 150 for another short. Okay, beginning to get a prime short signal here, but I'm not going to take that one yet. I'm going to wait to see if we can at least tag the 175 or 174 level here. Unless we really start closing back underneath. You see we're just holding and compressing here at 150s. I just took this guy out. Okay, let's see if we get that next squeeze. Trump is talking again, bruh. This guy. All right, here's the fail. Let's see if we can really fail. Otherwise, this just might be a deeper retracement. We get underneath the zone here, then okay. I think maybe something. Let's see. If we get another pop here one more time. There you go. Okay, we're approaching that level. almost to our opening range low. You know, we're actually there already. Okay. Okay, we're hitting at 200, and we're retesting the New York Open. Are they going to reclaim the 930 open print? We're inside IB, so my whole thing was if we can get the retest, get back inside, and then fail, that would be good. It is a little late in the session though for that. It would have been better if we had done this like at 10:30. So let's see this 12 o'clock pullback or reversal. Let's see what happens. We start moving back into the initial balance. We'll try this quick scalp here, starter position. Small size, small size. I'm just gonna cut it and wait until we get back below 200s. We can stay under 200s a little bit. I'll take another attempt. Watching 200s here. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back in 2 minutes. All right, let's see. Oh, boys are staying aggressive. I'm testing the VWAP. It's 5-minute candle here. See what happens here. Buyers begin to get tired. Maybe under the VWAP, or are they going to reclaim the VWAP and turn this thing super green today? Maybe try to get back to the mid of the IB. See what happens. Pretty big recovery here on the NASDAQ. Jeez. At a POC migration. Yeah, what a move. And this thing is like relentless. We're approaching the mid of the IB. Are these guys gonna even break? If they start reclaiming this, then maybe we get back to the high day. If we fail, well, that'll be good. But we'll see. It's pretty aggressive so far. I do like the idea of a short. It's giving us a pretty nice range to play off of. So we'll give it a shot right here. See what we can get. Quick scalp. All right, that was pretty quick. Already taking a partial on that one just in case, because that was a pretty freaking aggressive run up. We're testing the VWAP here. So just watching. So quick little scalp off the 300 level, which is also GEX 3. But we'll see. I mean, it's just a small little snap. Nothing significant yet. We haven't really seen a buyer failure. So buyers are probably going to still try again. I'll be watching this area here at 240s, 250s. They might dip below, and that's where I will expect the buyer to step back in again. Basically somewhere in this area here. But we'll see. Quick scalp, so. Okay, my trail tagged. Caught the quick scalp there off that retest of that level. He's still talking, this guy, so it's going to continue to rip these markets. Let's see. Let's see. See if we get this pop now. I'll maybe give it a shot here for a quick continuation. Long. If we can get through the mid, maybe we get to opening range high. So I'm in long. Let's see, it's crazy up here. Lots of volatility as we move into that level. And Trump is talking. Might be done here. Let's see. These guys aren't able to get through these highs, 300s. Let's see. I'm in small size just in case it wants to run back to IBI. Just in case. We got 30 seconds left on this 30-minute candle. Maybe a quick scalp. But let's see. Hmm. A new 30-minute. Watching 300s here. As we approach 300s. Can we bust 300s? Stops or break even right there. Let's see if we can. Some aggressive buying coming in. Got some buyers trying to get long above these highs, above 300. One thing we can't forget, they never repaired that high from overnight, that overnight 4 a.m. dump. There's 50 points, or was 50 points. Let's just take that off the table. Let's just pay ourselves a little bit. Let's pay ourselves a little bit. A nice little scalp there. About 300s. Let's take a look at the gamma chart real quick. So the S&Ps are moving up towards SPY's moving up to 745s, but we got a POC down below. But these guys are just accelerating through these levels here, pushing through. I think we might be ready to, if this move fails here, if they are unable to accept above 300, then maybe we get back underneath that 30-minute open. And what I'd be hoping for is we get this failure right here. So this guy, the buyers, 30-minute, right? Let's see them retest here. Buyers will defend. And it can go. It can obviously continue to push up higher. That's a possibility. But for me, I'd like it to go like this, fail, and then we can get short against this 280 level. But we gotta wait and let it build out first. We're at a gamma level here. We've been hitting this level multiple times. So we just broke out of the level. We just closed back above this level right here. So we'll see if this is going to be a breakout. So resistance, resistance, break. And now they're beginning to compress at the level, which could be an indication of squeeze, right? A squeeze. Glad I'm taking my profits. It's totally turned everything around for today's session. So we're hanging out currently at GEX 3. GEX 3. Where are we here? Yeah. See, it says here, moves up amplified. And that's exactly what we've seen, right? A move up has been amplified big time, dramatically. Look at that. Watching this 30-minute open. I'm waiting to see if the buyers come in and defend. They technically just did, and they right here, that guy. But now let's see if we get some support underneath. And if not, and it fails, then maybe we get rotation back down. Let's see. Trump is still talking. Let's see what he's saying. He's talking about Iran. No wonder. There's the buyers defending. Open print. And there's the amplification of that up move. We just read about that because we were in negative gamma. We can expect to see up moves amplified. Now let's see if they're going to give us some follow through or if they fail and trap. If they fail here, then maybe we start seeing some rotation lower. And then we have the situation here where this is our high, this is our low, and maybe we print the lower high. But at the same time, we do have 4 a.m. area that we could potentially come back and repair. You see this right there at 414s. Ooh, that was nice. Nice, nice, nice. So that's the first true buyer failure there. And we can also see that because on the chart, we had some large aggressive buying take place, about 400 or 500 contracts. Right here, 196, 123, 100, 136. We've been buying these highs. And then once again here, 244 contracts. So that's good. That's good. We're beginning to start seeing some buyers stepping in, hitting the gas pedal, but not getting the result, right? So let's see. Let's see. There's that close back under. Can they reclaim? Can they reclaim? Buyers failing. Let's see. We're getting some movement, but now we're testing the 250 level. And VWAP, so gotta be cautious trying to short this into this area here. It's an important area. Buyers need to step up where they're at. I prefer the short. I like the idea of taking this thing down to overnight low, 29,000s, but I'm just waiting for the structure to begin to confirm if it's going to continue to rip up higher. And if it does, then yes, we can expect IB high or 411s because we have that area that needs some repairing potentially from 4 a.m. That's where we had that big drop. The buyers are going to have another attempt here to get to defend their positions here. Let's see. Watching. There's that first failure here, second failure here. This is the main area I'm interested in. This is where the daily candle goes from red to green on the for New York session. ES is testing put support. ES chart right here. So ideally, lower high. No, maybe not. And then either they take out the high, and well, this is ES, right? So this doesn't actually need as much repairing here. There's that big. Trump is talking about Iran. This is what's happening right now. Yeah, this is why we're experiencing this type of indecisiveness in this current situation. When he's not talking, the market just continues to grind up and drift, right? And there's the big buying coming in. Now, if this fails here, that becomes my short trigger. But at the same time, we gotta watch out because they can squeeze to the highs. Yeah. What would you like to know about GEX levels? So basically what it is positioning. It's options positioning by dealers. When price moves to these levels, they basically have to hedge their book. And what they'll do, the reason why we look at it as futures traders is because you're going to use futures as the hedge, right? So we look at these levels, we know where there's high concentrations of orders or where they call gamma exposure. When price moves to these levels, we know number one, usually it works as a magnet, depending on if we're, I guess you can see over here, all these levels here are basically lifting price. As price starts ripping through this, it's going to go to the next level, go to the next level. So when we look at that on a futures chart, we're not just looking at random trend lines or random support resistance. We're actually looking at where there's high concentration of exposure for the dealers. and then we just wait to see once price gets to these levels. We can use them as targets. We can use it to support resistance. Also, it tells us the type of environment we're going to be in. So either positive gamma or negative gamma. So when we're in a negative gamma environment, moves will get amplified. So as we start trading up, you're going to start seeing aggression come in. As price starts trading through levels, you're going to see aggressive, more aggression and speed and velocity. When we're in a positive gamma environment, it's more mean reversion, more choppy. And so it's important to know that, because right now we're in a negative gamma environment. So as we are growing, as we went down, we're getting some acceleration. As we're going up, we're getting acceleration. So we can see that ahead of time. And the reason why it's helpful is because instead of trying to guess where's an important level, like obviously we all know this typical stuff like prior day high, prior day low, VWAP, views moving averages. You know, these are things that are common. But at the same time, it's also kind of like you don't really know, right? And that's why we like to look at order flow, because I'll look at order flow because I can actually see orders being placed real time, right? I'll use Bookmap. We also have indicator that we use for NinjaTrader called liquidity levels that plot the actual bid and asks is certain sizes. So when you combine the gamma levels, knowing that these are super significant, I get these levels every single day before the market opens. So literally for the whole session, we already have our battlefield, our game plan going into the session. And then it's just a matter of price just building its architecture and printing, and then we can start leaning on these different levels. So that's like number one, the roadmap. Number two is obviously the order flow, because you can have these levels, but what we want to watch is as price moves to these levels, what happens? Are we seeing the aggressors? Are we seeing passive sellers overwhelm the aggressive buyers? And so for what we try to accomplish is we want price to get to these levels. We want price to break a level, but then we want price to fail the level, because once price breaks and fails, now we have trap traders. And once we have trap volume, right, that gives us the opportunity to just squeeze. And, you know, we try to take advantage of these high probability reaction levels. And that's what this is all about. So when you have these gamma levels, not every time, but you can expect that you're going to see some type of reaction. So when you combine that with the timing, you combine that with order flow, you can easily catch, you know, 15, 25, 50 points like this, right? And obviously it's not that easy. You know, some days are easier than others, but it's nice to know that we're not just like hoping and using, you know, our own opinion as to what's an important level, right? So here's a 15-minute chart. Maybe this will kind of help give you more of an understanding of why these levels are pretty cool. So if oops, where did it go? Did I just close that chart? Oh, here we go. So here's the 15-minute chart. And so before the session even started, like the session started at 6 o'clock, these levels were already here. The most important levels initially are going to be our gamma flip levels. So that's our HVL level, 29 through 70. This is for 0 DTE options. These are for positions that expire today. And then this is for just all exposures, right? So 29, 550. And this is from end of day. So this can actually update as, you know, in real time throughout the session. That's why I also use the other gamma map that we have. But nonetheless, you can see the market opened up. And we started consolidating initially. We came into what we call GEX 3, and then you just use basic price action, right? So you have this move down to the lows. We can see this area here already is support. Price reacted off of it, came down. Here's the Globex open. They hit the level, rotate back up, and immediately popped up. That's a trade right there, right? And then where does price reject? It comes into our HVL level, and then we can see unable to accept above, come back down. We're bouncing at our one-day mid. We also know the range of the entire day. So this is the expected move for the NASDAQ from this high to this low. And then if we look at where we ended up bouncing overnight, where they found support, it was literally right at our one-day mid. So it's pretty helpful when you have the roadmap, right? So the gamma levels tell us where or the location that we should be looking for a trade, right? And then order flow will basically tell us the timing of it, right? So it's the where, and then the when, and then how you get into a trade. That's up to you, right? So I like to use Renko charts. I like to use lower time frame charts to try to execute the trades, and that's what these signals are for. So I mean, I don't like sit there and like try to like watch watch the execution chart the entire time. I will do so if I want to. Once we start getting to the level, yeah, I want to start paying attention because then I can start really seeing what's happening. Yeah, we post the levels for free in Discord. We do have an indicator as well that plots them on your chart for you. I mean, there's a lot of tools out there, so it's not like magic. It's not nothing special. I don't want you to think like, oh my goodness, this is like the missing key ingredient to my success as a trader. But I would not trade without them, to be honest with you. I would never trade without them. And then the other tool that we use for other key levels, something called Ludwig levels, and I'll show you that as well. Something that a lot of people don't even know what they are. But let me just show you how effective these levels are really quick. And this is something I've used for probably about 3 years. 3 years, give or take. Let me show you this. And when we combine it with the gamma levels, it's like, watch out. Here we go, Ludwig levels. So this is our Ludwig levels right here. So you can see how we use this is basically where we our major red is where basically if we're bullish, that's where it's going to go. If we're bearish, it's going to be big blue. That's the target. And then the yellow is directional. So you can actually see how from these levels, like for instance right here, we end up getting a massive swing. Are you guys able to see this? No, let me put this chart away. There we go. Massive swing from 30,100 down to the blue lug level. Price then creates a new level, and then you can see overnight we rejected that level. So you combine that with the gamma levels, now you have double confluence, and then here, and then boom. And then where do we bounce from? Yellow lug level. And so now if we do end up continuing above this high, of course, we can expect where's the next obvious levels, 466s. And then maybe we fail there, and then we'd be looking for that. So if it fails, if it continues to rip higher, then cool, that's fine. It can totally do that. We'd be looking at 466 as a potential level to lean on. So those are the different levels that we like to use. So when I stream, I obviously have them on the chart. But pretty cool stuff. I highly recommend that you learn about it if you're not familiar. There's a ton of stuff that you can check out, but you also don't need to like overwhelm yourself with everything related to options, because options can be pretty pretty complex. And I don't trade options, but it's good to understand at least the basics of it, especially if you're trading futures. I'm a day trader, I'm a scalper, so I'm just looking for these like high probability reactions. But if you're like trying to hold trades for the whole session, I mean, it's definitely helpful as well, because then you understand where the most important levels are going to be. So hopefully that was a okay explanation. Yeah. But let's see as we push up. That 1230 open held up pretty nicely. Now we're grinding up. Our next area of interest is going to be 370. That is that major level that we've been rejecting all night. So 466, 370, that's what I'm going to be paying attention to as we approach that level. Disconnect. On the 15-minute chart, let's see, we're approaching HVL 370s. So once we hit it, there's a possibility we do end up taking out this high from 4 a.m. that led to this big sell-off. But I wouldn't be surprised if we cannot accept above the level. We may see something interesting here. But if they do accept above, then yeah, maybe they continue higher, but I'm watching this right here. This is that zone, all this volume here. I would think that we got the 10-year auction here coming out. Buyers will really, if the buyers today or overnight can start reclaiming 550s, get above this zone, then that could set us up for expansion higher tomorrow. So we got to see, because they obviously have been really just selling off big time, right? And now we're just kind of like pulling back. Typical classical support resistance, right? Range, breakout, pullback, retest. So we don't want to run the risk or make the mistake of thinking that this move up is a trend reversal, right? We need to allow this to actually start really building up a structure above this structure here. So these guys here are currently holding the auction down, right? So it's adding pressure to the auction. So that we'll see how today ends, because that will set us up for tomorrow. And then we can already have kind of a game plan with the gamma levels, and we'll know exactly what to look for tomorrow. But right now, we're just trying to see if we can catch one more play here. They've already reclaimed the mid. This has been pretty aggressive here on the 5 minute, just like non-stop green candles on the 5 minute chart. Trends have been holding up. You can see here every time they pull back, green arrows, green arrows. But we haven't really created much of an expansion higher. Like you can see, we did hit this high here at 31s. Let me see if you guys can see that on the chart. There we go. We did take out this high right here, and now we're beginning to grind up above the high. They did just pull back, so this level now became support right here. So we've moved not much from that high. What is that, like 128 to about 25 points from the high? So now we're approaching our HVL level. So this is what I'm curious to see, is how we react, because this level was a major level this morning. Well, let's see. Maybe we can catch something here. Hopefully, maybe we get some guys stopped out, and then maybe we get some rejection, and then from there, rotate back. Or, hey, it could squeeze all the way to the high. And if that's the case, it is what it is. But I'm good either way. I normally don't sit here this long trading, but I guess we're just hanging out. We're just having a good time, aren't we? We're just hanging out. I do actually need to start getting ready to head out, though, soon. Let's see. All right, we're approaching that level. Let's take a look at the gamma map, the heat map. There's really nothing overhead that's significant. The SPY does have some stuff. Let's put this on real quick. Yep. Okay, so they still have some volume here, 710. We start trading through this area. I would expect they're going to try to defend this area, but if we start breaking through 710s on the QQQ, then yeah, then that might be the catalyst to get this thing up above. Got some positive gamma above. So this is our gamma flip right here. So the HVL line is our gamma flip. We start getting above that, then we will see that this becomes a positive. We get into a positive gamma, and we might start seeing things change here a little bit. I'll just take a starter position. What's up, buddy? Yeah, it's been a while since I've live streamed on YouTube. I've been live streaming in my private community this entire time, but not YouTube. YouTube's a lot of work, man. I don't know if I want to be a YouTuber. It's a lot of work streaming on YouTube and doing all that. Okay, we're in short against the level right now. We're in short starter position. Let's go. So weird. I was watching what happens here with this level. Rolling 250s. We're going to try to break through our HVL at 370. Let's see. Let's see. That HVL level, they're playing with it. And Trump's still talking about Iran. Jeez. Been talking about Iran all morning. Did something happen? I mean, I'm not watching the news, but I'm listening to the Squawk Box here. Something going on that I need to be aware of? Did somebody bomb somebody? I gotta be careful. I can't say that stuff on YouTube, right? All right, let's see if these buyers are gonna punch through this level here. Gonna see if we can catch something here. If we can just fail this level. Got a new hourly candle opening in 3 minutes. Probably gonna need to wait for that. Let's see here. We're retesting that level once again. Are they gonna pump through it? This market is pretty directional at the moment, but we're still just hitting resistance right now, so. Okay. Let's start closing through that level right now. We have our opening range high as well, so they could use this to punch through the opening range high. They haven't traded through the high yet of the New York session. Do you use NinjaTrader, Liza? Oh shit! No wonder. Goodness. I'm like, why is this guy talking nonstop about Iran? I thought this was already a done deal. I thought everyone's just talking about the World Cup right now. Jeez. That's what it is. Okay. Bro, I understand. Probably a good idea not trading then, if that's the case, because this is anything, I mean, this is going to be just who knows what, right? He just says one thing, it's game over. Oh, shit. Game over. 10 seconds. Let's see what they got going on here in 10 seconds. All right, let's see. I'll try. Let's see if we can catch this little pop here. Let's see. A little pop. A little pop. Reclaiming. See if we can get a break now for the 50 level would be nice. 350s, but we're still holding. We're still holding. Let's see what happens. Might not be ready yet. Not broken down yet, so a little spike. Let's see, they're trying to reclaim that open print. HVL holding up nicely. Let's see if we can get this drive down now. I don't know. We got to get through 350s. Take a look at that 1 minute chart there. This is where they're holding control. Okay. We're in short. Let's see. We're holding. There's a scalp target there, but we need a little bit more than that. Need a little bit more than that. I don't know. Got a nice little bid here, 330s. Take a look at the S&P book. What's going on here? Oh. Pretty ugly, bro. Pretty ugly stuff here at that HVL level, but that's kind of what you want to see. You want to see it kind of just like make price really sticky. All right, 5 minute low getting taken. Let's see if they're going to sweep this low and reclaim at 345s. So we're under 350s. This is where the buyers will need to hit the gas pedal. Otherwise, they may start losing control here, but they're still in control. Yeah, it's still holding up here. Not ready yet. These boys are about to squeeze. Feels like they're going to squeeze. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. You see a bit more failure. Otherwise, this is gonna just pump to the IV high. So I'm out. I took the small cut. Gotta give it a shot just in case. You know, it's a big level. That's why you gotta control your risk. Okay. Okay, reclaim the opening print. So if this is gonna rip, it's gonna expand right here. Let's see. Buyers have the control from 1 o'clock. They're playing with this HVL level. Let's see. All right, we just tagged the opening range high. We're approaching our 1-day mid. Trend is pretty aggressive here, but again, we're just waiting to see. So watching this level here, we get a nice little reaction failure as we start approaching settlement and all these important levels here. Keeping my eye on this opening print at 373s. We start failing back under HVO, I will reattack short again. But if we continue to stay above it, then I'm gonna kill that for now and probably just wrap it up for today. Look at that. Look at that. You see the 15-minute here, really trying in the next 15 minutes. We have a few minutes left here, so we'll see if they're going to be able to reject this level or break through it. We shall see. And we're under HVL. I like that. Goes back underneath the opening print. Okay, I think I might give it a stab here. Again. Let's see here. I'm waiting. Okay, back to 350s. All right. So I ended up taking a small position just to try to see in case. but still not really convinced until we can start really moving away from this 350 level. HVL level so far, we got that nice pop into the level right here. So this is our HVL level right here, our opening print. They opened up and then closed right back under. So this right here, the fact that these buyers here, I mean, we're not completely out of gas yet. They're not completely out of gas yet. They can still buy it up and just take it up higher. But this is where they should have been able to hold the opening print and then at least attack, you know, that 410 level. But it did not happen. It did not happen, at least not yet. So this will be a rotation here. Let's see if they're going to do it now. Another attempt. These guys are buying here. These guys, and now these guys. Five minutes, still not really showing me it's ready yet by small size. Once 5 minute maybe confirms, and then we can stack some more. Still holding this 350 level. So remember, the key level is at 370. That's what we want to observe. Very important from today's session. And 350 still holding up, staying firm. Got 1 minute left here on the for the 15-minute candle. Nice. I'm up 25 points on this position. Small position, but see if we can get more on. Watching 15-minute candle. So this down close candle right under the level. This could be problematic here because they reclaim this level. Then that would be enough to just get the thing back to the high. So watching this here. So if they end up getting above it and then holding again this open and closing above it, then that's the case, then we'll start looking for price potentially up to 410s, up to 466s. But they would need to first lock up this area here. Because he's not talking anymore. Okay, here we go. They're going to try to take this high out. May consider getting this. See. 5 minute respecting its 9 moving average. All right, let's see. Okay, so they're doing exactly what we said. They use that down close under the level. Now they're going to try to reclaim the opening print. And if they do take control, that could be expansion to that through the IB high. But if they fail, then that would be the second attempt by the buyers. And if they fail here, maybe it might be over, but we'll see. We shall see. Where's that map at? Where are we? Aha. Yeah. They're really just pitting that level. Here, testing settlement. We just break both sides of the IB. Well, we're about to, yeah. So we took out the IB low, and now we're taking out the IB high. Full rotation. Top city. All right, let's go. Now we're going to take that 4 a.m. high. A fill back below would be good, but if not, obviously we don't want to be shorting this thing if it's going to go parabolic here. But oh. Yeah, are they going to be able to stay above IB high? It's getting juicy here for shorts. I mean, it's getting pretty juicy, but don't want to be that guy. Don't want to be the first one in. S&P pushing above its New York high. All right. I don't think we're going to get that play, so I think I'm going to probably call the live stream here, wrap it up. We are at this level, so I'll give it a few more minutes. But this thing looks like it's attempting now to push back into the overnight high. If we can stay above the IB high, initial balance. I was hoping for a nice move back down, but you know, this complete reclaim and just rotated all the way up. I think with everything going on with Iran and Trump talking. Yeah, and now the POCs have shifted higher. So now upside magnets. So that's basically telling us that price is gonna has a reason to go higher. 715s on the QQQs. So at this point, yeah, we're probably gonna see this thing reach into overnight highs. Now that we've got that gamma flip, we went from negative to positive, and now we're getting this massive move higher. This is a 8-bar chart, 8-bar Renko, 8, 20, 40. 8, 20, 40. The website here, I'll pop it in the chat. Pop it in the chat. Where is the chat? All right, all right. Things squeezing. Oh, if you already remember, you talking about the GEX levels? I think we posted that in the collab. You should have access to it. We also moved everything to Discord for the chat. So if you're not in the Discord yet, send me a message. I posted the link in Collab. So if you're in Collab, you should have access to the link. But yeah, everything should be in there, buddy. Everything should be in there, buddy. Yep. Let's take a look at this hourly chart. Oh, there's the website there. Yeah. All right. Liquidity levels, not yet. We're still cleaning it up. Still cleaning it up. We could probably have that ready by the end of the week. Well, yeah, just get into the Discord, bro. You should have you'll get your yeah, just the link should be there. You should be able to jump in and we'll get you set up. And we're approaching some major levels here. I would love to see this thing just reject and fail. That's why I'm like not walking away just yet. Just in case we end up getting some type of crazy reaction. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah. These boys are freaking ripping it on. Jeez. This is actually pretty similar price action to last night if you were trading Globex. And big drop, big up, big down, clean on the 5 minute. It's very nice last night. Globex Asian session. All right, these guys are gonna punch through 447s here. We got a green lug level hanging out right there. That would be technically the target if you were long. And usually we start seeing some reactions. So 450s. New 30-minute candle just opened up. These boys are just like absorbing all the passive sellers. Just chewing right through. Hmm. We're at the green lug level. See the heat map real quick. PLC on the QQQs, 715s. See what happens here, 750s. They're going to be able to continue this trend up. $440 is the 30-minute opening print. If you're right on it, because we're in positive gamma, they're going to be dampening the moves up. So we should start seeing price get a little pressure here. As price moves up, the dealers are going to start hedging. So we'll see. And we're at our green lug level, so might be interesting to see. We get a nice little reaction, but I mean, this is a pretty strong move up. Probably need to wait for some failure here. Yeah, trying to bust through 450. Let's see if they can do it. If they can't, then maybe we get a pullback back down to 410s. Okay, nice little rejection there. Gonna try short here for a little scalp. Maybe just a quick retracement play. We'll see what happens here. Still holding it up. There's that little level here. Five minutes still holding up. It's still firming up. Not ready yet. Let's see. Dealers should be dampening here at this level. Hedging. Yeah, forming his range here. Take care, bro. Have a good one. Good to see you, man. Take care, brother. Alrighty, let's see. This thing's still holding up here. I'm looking for a nice reaction. We're in short, but we're not really getting that movement from the opening price. There's a position right there. We're not getting that expansion. Keep reclaiming 5 minutes, still holding up. Nice. Let's see now. Let's see. I'm short. See if we can get some closure through 25s. There's a scalp target right there. Just a reaction. All right, cool. There's 25 points. I'm going to take that partial for 25 points. Now, if we can get back under HVL, oh boy, that will be a gift. That'll be my World Cup. But haven't really had, I guess we did catch a pretty nice runner earlier. What time was that? That was like around 11:30, 11 o'clock. So we got that 130 candle beginning to really expand away from the open, so we like this. We like that. Let's see if the support price here on this pushback to the HVL level. Let's pull up the 15-minute chart. So as we approach back down to 370s, oops, we will see if they're going to support price. If they don't support price and we end up getting back underneath, then this is game over for the buyers. And then this whole move up was just a move up on air. And if that's the case, then it would be pretty dope if we got like this massive move down here. But you know, it's highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. But we're sitting on almost 50 points now on this trade, so had to be patient to wait for it. I didn't think we were going to maybe get it, but thank goodness for our, in this instance, it was our 130 opening print price action. So, you know, we see the battle between buyers and sellers. We had our green lug level and then major level here. So even it's just enough to take a 25 points, it's good. You know, it's all you need, bro. It's all you need. Maybe we catch more, but it's all good. All good in the hood. We'll keep a tight stop here on the runner. So this could just be if it happened to be Christmas today and we get this massive, nasty move back down, I want to be in it. But that's probably just wishful thinking. Thanks. Yeah, pretty lit right there. It took a while. I was thinking it would come sooner, but I mean, these guys just wanted to keep buying and buying and buying and buying. It makes sense, I guess, if you look at the hourly chart. Because on that hourly, they needed to take care of this business right here from 4 a.m. So that's what they had to do. 413s, clean that up. And now they've cleaned it up, and we'll see if that's all they wanted to do, if that was the objective, and if that is all they needed to do, then there's no reason for price to just come back down and take out these lows. We can take out and repair these lows. This would be our nice little target right there, that little white dot. Let's see if we can stop out all the swing traders who got long. Dun, 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 dun. Like we're back in negative gamma environment. Let's see if we can close underneath. I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna just start trailing. Okay, we're testing settlement. This is settlement price. Yesterday's settlement price. We're back. Are we back under HVL? Yes, we are back under HVL. So we are officially now negative gamma. Man, maybe we can catch another big ass trade today. Let's go. Nice. Nice. Pretty dope. If we get another 100-point trade here, who knows? Who knows? Did anyone get short as well? Hourly now is red. Let's see. I want them to stay underneath 73s. HVL. So we had the right level, right? We knew HVL was important. You know, we also understood that they needed to repair that 4 a.m. candle because it's just the sheer drop of what happened. So now that we've traded above the level, we're back under the level. As long as we can stay under the level, then we can continue seeing more down. But at the same time, this could also just be a pullback. So it's got to trail a little bit and take what you can, and maybe you get more, maybe not. Either way, already took off the partial, and now we just lock in our runner, and hopefully we can ride this thing a little bit. We're back inside the opening range and the IB. Hopefully we can stay inside. Now this is where they may come back and try to buy it, take it back out again, but we'll see. On that 15-minute chart. Not much. Pretty sure we're gonna get this move down. I'm gonna swing this because I gotta take my wife to an appointment here in a bit. Oh wow. They're removing the designation of Syria of being a state sponsor of terrorism. Wow, that's big news. Bro, we take out this 15-minute low at 337s. It'll be painful for buyers. And we're cooking now. Watching. As soon as I say that, price is gonna go. Oh my goodness. What a session today, bro. Oh wow. That's exhausting. I need a nap. I need a nap. All right. Now we're under HVL, under our gamma flip level here. Let's see if we can stay heavy under this level. And if so, maybe we get some fireworks. Look at that 1 minute chart. Around that 1 minute is just like nasty. All right, we're testing this point of origin when this move occurred. Starting point of this expansion higher from 1 o'clock. So if we start really getting heavy underneath this 1 o'clock low, then this entire move gets reversed. And then we got a lot of buyers now who are just going to be underwater. Let's see what happens here. That FOMC minutes getting released in 10 minutes, so that's probably what this is. I mean, we don't really see crazy moves from that, but that could have been what's getting price acting this way. Big pump here on the 1 minute. Let's see if we fail here. Are we reclaiming that HVL level again? At least we're trying to. See if we get a rotation lower here. I'd love for them to just bust through this 334 level, but they are propping it up here, probably going into 2 p.m. Yeah. I was looking at to be honest with you, I took the trade based on the fact that it was really the price action at the level, and then that was really it. I mean, just kind of watching the price action, and then I just took a stab at it. I actually used the lug level for this one because the lug level came in at 447.25. I don't know if you can see that here. So this is usually like our major resistance area. So combining that with obviously ENSO and then looking at the structure at the area here. So this is what I always look at the opens. So that's why I always track opening print and interaction of price. So I want to know, like, you know, are we going to expand up or down for the next 30 minutes? So opened up, and then we had price obviously attempt to get underneath. So this was the trigger right here. This up candle closing above the open, and then the failure to hold it. That right there. So this becomes my trigger once we close back under. So we have an over under of an opening print. Plus we had just an extended move. I mean, if you look at my Renko chart, I mean, you pull it up over here. I mean, just crazy buying, big volume, just and then the 450 level. Look at the price action of 450. Like if you look at the price action of 450, look at the bodies, right? Couldn't close, couldn't close, couldn't close, couldn't close. So that's what it was. I mean, it just happened to work out. I mean, we did catch up the big trades earlier today, but I also did get cut up as well early in the session because the market just was indecisive in the beginning. I mean, this is where I was like, ooh. But similar price action here, 10. You know, we got the reclaim of 10, and then they failed. This was the entry. Then they took it all the way back up again. But then things started smoothing out at 10:30 and 11 o'clock. But yeah, that was it. And then to be honest, my overall bias for the whole session, I should say for this whole week, my main target for the week was 29,000s. And we, for the first time, hit that level overnight. So I was anchored to the idea that that's where price was going to retest today in New York. But then obviously we just had this huge recovery. But whatever. As far as the specific entry goes, yeah, it's a combination of just Enzo, all that. 450. That levels are, it's basically a quarter level. So I plot the quarter levels on the 1 minute chart. So if you just take everything off the chart here and we just put our quarter levels, let's just see if I can do that. This is every quarter. So 25, 50, 175. So for me, what I always look at is the auction between the quarter level. Like primarily, I'm looking at major levels, like 300 to 400. In this case, 400 to 500. What would that 500 be up there? Let me get rid of it here. See it. No. So this was their opportunity for the buyers to start auctioning between 400 and 500. Right? We migrated from 300. Right? We were ranging here, so we broke into 300s, accepted. Boom, broke into 400s, accepted, but couldn't hold the 50 level. From there, rotated, and now we're back underneath the 400. So that's a rejection area. So that indicator is called smart levels. So you should have it. I did make an upgrade to it though. I haven't posted that one where we can actually plot and use the button to actually remove the levels, making it way easier. Yeah. And then of course the main conversation was around HVL. Once we get to that level, it changes the regime that we're in. Oh, we're up 100 points on this trade. That was a banger trade, man. Let's see if we can catch 29,000. That's what I want. That's what I want. What time is it? 11. Okay. And this thing is cranking. We're just trailing. All right. So our next area of interest is 300. We actually are now trading underneath the 1 o'clock 30-minute low. So we've taken this out. So if you're looking at a 15-minute chart, that we had this big breakout bar here on the 15-minute. Pull that up. I think that's notable. Right here into our key levels. and now we're beginning to see price trade right through it. So now if this completely starts to expand through, then this becomes trap buyers, and then maybe we see aggressive fast moves. There's really no support here. I know folks will probably be looking at these gaps, like right here. They'll be looking at this fair value gap as an example that they could be buying off of. Where's the next one? Like somewhere around here, I don't know. There's like a million gaps depending on what time frame you look at, but everyone's thinking higher high, higher lows, so they're going to be trying to buy the higher low. But I'm looking at it a little differently, because if I go to my hourly chart, my whole thing was this. But I mean, there's still couldn't. Hold on, let me pop it up over here. Majors 250. I think you guys should be able to see this, but this was my thesis coming into the session today. This area here was going to be supply, and the migration since last week from NFP, or I should say Jolt report, this is what the whole market, or at least how I was looking at it, this was the progression, this was the objective. So that's what I wanted, and they hit it last night. I was hoping I'd be able to be in that trade, but it happened without me. But that's why I was so fixated on getting short today. I'm gonna go ahead and take one of those contracts off, and I'll probably just open up my stop a little bit more, just to give it some breathing room, whatever. I don't really care. So 2 o'clock, the news is they're going to release the minutes here, FOMC minutes. I don't expect there to be any type of crazy reaction. Everyone already knows what's up. So, but usually there'll be some type of, and this thing could very well reclaim back to the high. So by no means am I saying that this thing has to go all the way down, but it would be nice. This is why you got to take your partials. You got to pay yourself. You know, I know some folks have a hard time holding trades. If you have a hard time holding trades, then that's where you can solve that problem by taking partials, and then set your stop loss trail, and it's whatever happens, just accept it, right? But that way that you're not giving back, like, you know, all your gains, especially in this type of market that we're in. I mean, NASDAQ is just super crazy. The wild horse. All right, 2 seconds here. Let's see. Okay, there's the pop. They're testing at HVL level. Watching this pullback here. Hopefully it fails. HVL hopefully holds. 2 o'clock now open, right? So we got that big pop up here at 2 o'clock. Could be an opportunity to add if we can fail again. It's such a good entry. I don't want to. They may give us a nice prime short here, so they may give us a little extreme and then go. So I'm probably gonna get tagged out on my trail here. I didn't want to see price reclaim HVL gamma flip. Well, good thing I took off that last little portion there, so I just left my little final contract on. But paid myself pretty good on that one. Now, just seeing if this is going to be a breakout or just a pop before a continuation lower. But pretty much done here for the session, guys. It was a freaking mission today. But we survived. We survived. We'll be back tomorrow. Watching here, HVL. Let's see. Got that nice rotation coming into the Enzo band. Let's see if we can fail the Enzo band. Let's see if we can fail the Enzo band here. I don't know. They're back above IB high right now. Back above HVL. If we get back underneath HVL, I will get short again. So we can start staying heavy below. Boom. I'll maybe sell the pullback rather than the Enzo signal here. Or maybe I take starters. We'll see. I don't know. We didn't really get the closure I wanted underneath that 15-minute low. It was an immediate failure, rejection for the sellers. So if you were looking at a 1 minute right here, I would have preferred they close underneath it, but they didn't do that. And now we're reclaiming. So now we're trading back above this down close candle, and they can take out this high now. So all good in the hood. All right, gang, I'm going to call it here. We'll be back tomorrow morning. You guys have a good rest of your day. Thanks for tuning in. Adios.